Look at the file what we have done last time. I'll share my screen in 2 minutes. Okay, sharing my screen now. Okay, so this is the day one file that we have created. And what we remember is we have created or we have loaded the data from different continents, and then we have appended. So this is what we have done on the previous class. And so before we proceed with this topic for today, what I want you guys to do, if you are on the window like this, the day one Power BI desktop, if this is the Power BI file, if you are looking at, and if you are looking at the apply changes or discard changes, don't worry anything about this here. Okay, so don't worry about these options. All you guys have to do is, if in case you have not opened the file yet, please open the day one file. Okay, and once you open the file, you might see the window like this. So all you need to do is to go to the option file here. Okay, and then click on the save as, and then ensure that you have the day 2 Power BI file. So where you can create this, wherever you have created or saved the data sets, okay, wherever you have created the data sets, outside this folder, okay, outside the data sets folder, last time I have created the day one, this is what I have told you. Now just rename this and then do this as day 2, like save as day 2 file. So this is the next step we have done. Just give me an drop me a message once you guys have done. And in case if it says there are pending changes, just always click on apply later.
Can you repeat, Sritam?
Okay. Have you opened the day one file?
Yeah.
Okay. So once you have opened the day one file, go to the file option on the top, click on the file option, and then use the save as option. Click on the save as, and then outside the datasets folder, save the file as day 2. Okay. Change this file name as day 2, and then click on save. So this is going to save the file as day 2. And once you save it, if you see any option like apply later, so click on apply later. This is what you need to do. Have you done, everyone?
Yes.
Okay. And from Narendra, Anand, and then Manju and I. Okay. I hope Manju, you are also, you have done the same thing as well.
Yeah, I have saved it there too.
Okay. So let's start from here. Um, See, at any given point in time, when you are on the Power BI desktop screen, okay, so at any given point in time, if you want to go back and switch over back to your um, data, where the data is residing in the Power BI file, the way that you need to do is on the home tab, okay, on the home tab, you will see this option called the transform data. So this is a place where you need to always click on when you want to switch back to the Power Query Editor screen. So remember this point very clearly. While you are on the Power BI desktop version, okay, on the front end application, but whenever you want to switch back to your query editor screen, the only way that you have to do is from the home tab, you'll click on the transform data. So once you click on the transform data, this will again redirect me back to the Power Query Editor screen. Okay, so this is a Power Query Editor screen. Now, when I go back to the Power Query Editor screen and give a minute, you should see all the queries that you have loaded so far. So these are the database that we have loaded in the previous session. And so altogether, you will have 6 different continent files. And there is one append file, which is from the all the other 6 continents into one single file. So this is what we have done so far. Now the next portion of this, what we are going to do, and from now on, whatever we are going to do, is a kind of, uh, we are taking the database to another next level. Okay. Now, before we get into this, and before we talk about this, I want to actually talk about one more. Um, Maybe I would say not the functionality in the terms, but I will definitely say uh, this is something, a kind of a topic that we need to have a complete understanding. And once you have the complete understanding about this data set, then we will keep moving on with the next topics. So when we move on to the next topic, you will have more idea like why we are touch basing this particular topic and why is it really so important and necessary that we are stressing on this part. So let me talk about this. You might keep hearing one of the terminology in Power BI more when you talk to your colleagues or the Power BI
Mr. Shrikant?
experts. Yeah,
Hello. Anand here. Sorry. Actually, I'm not able to see my previous data actually.
you're not able to see the previous data.
Yes.
Have you opened the day one file?
Yes.
Okay. Did you click on the transform data?
Yes, everything I tried.
Mm, it should not be like that. You want to share your screen?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, please, let me see.
This is already I done the save and everything. My screen is visible to you?
Yes,
Hello.
it is visible.
Okay.
Yeah, I see that the data is available, but you haven't clicked on the transform data. That's what I'm saying. First thing,
No.
have you saved the file as day2?
Yes. Here
I didn't see that you have saved the data as day2. Can you click on the file option?
I have to go back or like from here itself.
No, from here, click on the file on the topmost left-hand side. Before the home, you have the file tab. Top Do you see that option called home on the top?
Yes.
Before that home, there is an option called file. Click on that.
Then save as.
Day 2. Will you be able to do it? Because I don't see anything on the screen moving.
No, just a second. Again. I will share the screen. Just a second.
Yeah.
Might be 20.
Yeah, now I'm able to see the day 2. Now click on the transform data from the home tab. Now just click on the transform data. Yeah. Click on that icon.
It's not happening actually.
Okay, do you have any other screen, Power Query Editor screen already open?
Yes, there are 2, 3 screens are open. I think. So I have to close all them.
No, I wanted to see the Power Query Editor screen. Can you? Maybe I hope you're not sharing the entire screen. You're just sharing only the application. That's why I'm not able to see it. See, if you
Now it's
ask me,
visible.
no, not yet.
I had
If
shared
you,
the already. Just give me a second. I will try to share again. Okay. This is actually I clicked it on transfer. Again, it shows the same thing.
no, you just need to wait. We close this screen, right? Do you see there is an option called fields on the right hand side? Yeah, next to that.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, I understand there is nothing here. So you can close this. Where is your other Power BI file, Deva? Don't say.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Open your, show me the day one file.
This is the day one
See,
file.
on the right hand side, on the field section, I still see there is a data. Now, I'm not sure like which file you are trying to do a save as day 2. So that's my concern.
So can I do again with a another
Yeah,
name with the same?
no, just click on the file from here. Click on save as. And select the day 2 file on the top. No, no, you just select the data on the top.
Okay, directly. Just
Yeah,
a second.
yes. Select that file name. Click on save. Yes. Yeah. Now it is saved as day 2. Now see how many Power
Uh,
BI screens you still have. Okay. So you have day 1 and day 2. You can close the day 1 file.
okay. Again, same. I have to follow the transfer the data.
Yeah.
Right.
Click on transform data. You should be able to see the whole data content here.
Then refresh.
Yeah. You can do a refresh.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, no, no problem. Let me share my screen back. You're able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Right. So the topic we are going to discuss right now today, in the on the first hour, this is called cardinality. Okay, this is called cardinality. So technically, the wording we are using here, this is called cardinality. This is a technical term we use in the Power BI. Okay, you might think, what does this cardinality function mean? And you might again still think, did I ever heard about it? Okay, if any one of you have a prior experience in SQL application, probably you might have heard about this term called the cardinality. If not, still I can make you remember that what kind of functionality this means. Um, Basically, a cardinality means it's called a relationship between the tables. Okay, cardinality means it's a relationship between tables. If at any, I mean, if you ever have heard about the SQL application and or any other application you take, where your data is stored in the form of tables, such as MS Access, Oracle, SAP, SQL. So all these different applications store the data in different kinds of table. So never there is a kind of an application where you might see the whole entire database is put in a form of a single table. For example, when I'm talking about it, the employees database in the organization. Okay, in your organizations, there could be a leverage for you where you might go and check your personal details. So when you go and check your personal details, like it could be any application like Workday or Oracle or any other ERP application. So you will go and enter your employee ID. The moment once you click on your employee ID or you logs in, you will be able to see what is your name, full name, first name, last name, and then your date of birth, date of joining, your father's name, what is your permanent address, current address. These are different kinds of data sets which are being brought onto your front end application. Okay. So you might think how these are being segregated. Now, also at the same time, never you can see from the start of the application or the start of the page till end of the page, you will not be able to see the entire data. Okay. The data is presented to you in terms of sections, like personal details section could be one, family details section could be another two, employment details section could be another, professional details could be one. So you might ever wonder like why there are different sections, right? So never there is an application where it can load all the data together. So what they do, the by section wise, whatever you are seeing the data, these databases are stored on the backend in the form of the tables. So personal details will have one set of table, professional details will be stored with another set of table, and then maybe another uh, finance details will be in another, family details will be another table. Okay, but each of the table, what is common in between? So there should be a common point that connects between each one of the table. What could be the common point? It might be your Oracle ID, or it might be your SAP ID, or either it could be your employee ID, right? So every data table will have a unique column called the employee ID or any identifier. So because of this identifier, what is happening? One common field where you can see on the front end where you can enter your identifier. So that identifier will go back and look forward whatever the details that needs to be popped out on each one of the screen. It will go and fetch this information from the backend on the tables. This is how a simple databases are being designed. Okay. Now, why we are looking at this kind of functionality right now? What is the use for me to understand all this on the background? You don't need to have 100% understanding about it, but you need to know how these are working. And that is where we are talking about this cardinality right now, which is very, very important, right? So cardinality in Power BI is nothing but the relationship between the tables. Right. So let's talk about this. Now, can you tell me, we have loaded around 6 continents data, correct? We have got around 6 continents information. Then, so for each of the continent, so we have Asia, Africa, Europe, NAM, SAM, Oceania. These are the tables we have got. Roughly, just tell me around a rough number. If not, even if you wanted to take a look, you can see. See the table Asia, what you have looked at right now. Okay, this is your Asia table. And you remember that you are talking about this particular valid and not valid, total number of rows and everything, correct? So looking at your data, just think and let me know the restaurant IDs in each one of the table. Are they unique in nature or are they identical in nature? Can you guys look and tell me? Maybe, I don't mind either if you're open your Excel file also, that is okay. But just tell me, Asia field, the restaurant IDs, whatever you are seeing here, are they unique in nature or are they duplicate?
They are unique.
They are unique, correct? Very good. So, if they are unique in nature, how many total number of lines are there? Rough to around 8,000 lines of data, 8,000 plus, correct?
Yes.
Similarly, Africa. In Africa, all the restaurant IDs are unique.
Yes.
Right. So we have got around 59 lines of data. So similarly, in Europe, you will have all the restaurant IDs unique. So let's say if there are around 400, okay. Now, I'm just giving some ballpark number, not exactly it has to be the same. So just for a purpose, training purpose, okay. So I'm saying there are around 100 lines of data. Now, all the restaurant IDs, these are unique in nature. So there are 8,000 lines of data, which means 8,000 restaurant information. In Africa, it has got 59 restaurants information. Europe, it has got 400. Similarly, NAM, SAM put together like around 600, like 300, 200, and 100, which is 600, right? So all these are unique in nature. So altogether, I have got right now 6 plus 4,000 plus 8, um, 14, 1459. Let's say 1459 is the total restaurant database I hold right now in my hand. Now, with all this information I have, okay, what I'm looking at or what I'm trying to look at here is, sorry, my number is wrong, probably around 8,000, six, yeah, 9,059, let's say, for example, 9,059 restaurant IDs are there in total. Okay, 9,059. Now, all these 9,059 are unique in nature. Do we agree, everyone?
Yes.
Good. Append one table is in appendment table. What is this appendment table? Appendment table is a mixture of Asia, Africa, Oceania, Europe, NAN, and SAM. Correct? It is a mixture of all the continents. Now, in appendment table, according to you, if it is a mixture of all the continents, how many total number of unique restaurant IDs should be there?
9550.
Okay, 9550. Here in this example where I have given, it should become 9059.
Right.
Okay. So, what could be a relation between what I'm trying to say? What could be a relation between Asia to append one table here? It's called
Restaurant
one
ID.
to, yeah, restaurant ID. So since it is called, each one of the unique information from Asia is connecting to the append one table unique information. So this is called one-to-one relationship. This is one-to-one relationship. How? Because the database in Asia is containing around 8,000 rows of data. All the 8,000 rows of data are going and sitting in the append1 table. So which means if you think in the connectivity perspective, each restaurant ID from Asia is connected to each restaurant ID in the append1 table, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this is called one-to-one relationship. Okay, this is called one-to-one relationship. So basically, in under the cardinality, what are we going to see is called one to kind of one-to-one relationship. Another one to many relationship. Then many to one relationship. Then many to many relationship. Okay. So basically, we have four different kinds of cardinality, which means four different kinds of relationships. One-to-one relationship, one-to-many relationship, many-to-many relationship, and many-to-one relationship. Okay. Now, where you find this option, just understand this bit here. The portion why I'm trying to explain here, this is a very, very basic point you need to understand on the Power BI. I mean, it's not just the Power BI, it could be for any other application as well. Like as I told you, SQL, Tableau, or SAP, Workforce, I mean Salesforce, Workday, Oracle, all these work in the same methodology. There is no doubt and change in this. But this is essential to understand because if you know this particular point here very well, then it is easy for you to create a connectivity and play around with your data, like in creation of the filters. Okay, by creating the filters, this is what exactly you need to or you're going to work on. Like I'll connect with the topics down the line once you know about this information. Down the line, I'll be able to connect you with the topics more. So, but since we need to make sure we are understanding this bit here prior to something we are going to look, I wanted to explain this portion here. Okay. So this is called one-to-one relationship. One-to-one relationship say whenever the total number of data is from the left-hand side. Okay, here the left-hand side table mean in Asia. Right-hand side table, this is append one. Okay. Maybe I can still put across this in a simple way. Like this, just see in a a tabular formula. I mean, in a tabular data, I'll give you. So you should be able to understand this as well very clearly. Yeah. So I'm saying the left table here, right table here, and then I'll say cardinality or type of join, anything, type of join. Usually we normally say it as type of join. Okay. Right. So I'm talking about this here. So just see table, Africa table, and then Europe, Oceania, NAM, SAM, and all these from the left are connected to append one table. In one table, all these contain one-to-one relationship. Now, do you agree to this portion, everyone? Or is there any other question or anything that you think this is not clear? Do you agree to this point or do you have any other question?
So this is on the premise that that restaurant ID, it's an individual restaurant, so it cannot be the same entity. The records are all pertaining to an individual restaurant geographically. So it is going to be unique only.
Good. I will put the identifier also here, each one of the IDs. Restaurant ID. We are talking about restaurant ID. Okay. Yes. Identifier is a restaurant ID. Using the restaurant ID, okay, connecting the left table, connecting the Asia table to append one table, the relationship is 1-to-1. Now, is this clear? That
Right.
good. So the same identifier, I'm using the same identifier here, and then I will say this. Now you tell me if I'm looking at the table, which means basically you might say, Srikanth, what is this left and right? And then the other parts are everything is okay. But when you say left and right, how do I understand when do I keep a left and when do I keep a right? So what I do, instead of saying left and right, I will say from table to table, which should make sense. Okay, from table to table, which will make more sense. Connecting the Asia table to append one table through the restaurant ID is 1-to-1 relationship. Now, similarly, using the same restaurant ID, I'm connecting the append one table back to Asia table. Then, will that become 1-to-1 or many-to-one or many-to-many or many-to-one? What is
I
your
think,
call?
sir, Shrikant, I think table 1 is many to 1 and table 2 is 1 to many.
Okay, so you mean to say this is one? Okay, this is 1-to-many.
Yes.
Okay, and the first one is 1-to-1.
Table 1 is many to 1.
Table 1 is many-to-one. Let me set the charger. Now the discussion goes very good. Right. So you are saying this is many-to-one.
Yeah.
Okay, why?
Because these continents are, we are coordinating 6 continents with appendant 1. So there are 6 continents and we are referring to one table, appendant 1. So correct me if I'm wrong. Thinking ki many to 1. It's
Okay, good. See, when you are talking about 6 continents connecting to one table, on a high level, you are thinking, okay, I have multiple continents and connecting to one table, this becomes many-to-one. But each one of the continent, I'm talking about the relationship specific to each one of the continent, not all the continents put together. Got it?
no, come again. What you are saying?
Right. You see this portion here. Do we agree that in this particular data set, I have got Asia, Africa separately?
Yes.
If I open this Asia file, you see there is a restaurant ID, correct?
Right.
Now, if I look at the restaurant ID, the count says 8850, which means 8849 restaurants are there, leaving the header out. Okay? And then if I apply a duplicate here, I'm using the conditional formatting and then using the duplicates here. Okay. And let me try put a filter on the duplicate here. Now, do you see that the filter by color option is grayed out or available?
No.
This is grayed out, correct?
Yeah. Yes. Great.
Similarly, sort by color is also grayed out. I mean, it is there, but there is no color shown. What does this indicate? This indicates that there are no duplicates here,
Okay.
correct? So what
Right.
does this mean in Asia table has got how many data? It has got 8849 information, correct?
Right.
All the 8849 rows of data is going and sitting in the append one table. So initially your append one table is 0, but after you connected the Asia table to the append one table, which means literally you are sending all the 8849 rows of data into the append1 table, correct?
Right.
So the 884, now after moving all this, what will happen? Your append1 table will also have 8849 rows of data, correct?
Hmm.
So which means Asia table data is copied into the append1 table literally. Simple.
Yes.
So what will be the connectivity? All the 8849 rows of information which are unique information are connected to 8849 unique information to append1 table. Does it make sense?
Right.
So that is where we say it as one-to-one relationship, because each one of the row from the front table is connected to each one of the row in the append1 in the right table or two table.
Hello.
So what we say, yeah.
Sir, actually, imagine both the countries are starting with the hotel serial number. So in that case, the same number can repeat. No, once it is append one table, there can be 2 1, right? If both the continents are starting with the serial number 1 1, then also we will call it as 1 to 1.
I am coming to that person.
Okay.
So that's what I'm just writing here. Each row from table connected to row in two table, or each row in two table. That is called one-to-one relationship. This is what we say exactly. Now, why we are doing this based upon the restaurant ID. For example, like our friend asked, there is a country code. There are multiple country codes here, like 194, 162, 166. We have multiple rows. Okay. Similarly, in the append1 table, or let's say in Africa table, do we have the same country codes repeated? So there is Africa 189. Okay. And then again in Europe, you have got another 215. In NAM, probably you have got 37 and 216. Now for a while, let's look at this. See, all these country codes are not being repeated from the Asia table to other continent table, correct? So even when you look at the country code, does it become unique identifier or it becomes a duplicate identifier?
Unique.
Unique identifier. But however, like you mentioned, now think about this and then tell me. Now you think about and tell me. Instead of using the identifier restaurant ID, if I go with the country code, like you mentioned, okay. Now there are how many unique rows of information on the country code you have? Let's say, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 country codes, correct? You see, total rows of information you have got 8849. Okay, and country codes you have got only 6 or 7, 8 country codes you have, correct? Now append1 table, if you copy this information to the append1 table, it also will have got a 8849 rows, and will that also have 8 country codes? As it is, we are connecting, correct? It has got country codes. But now you tell me, if I connect this with 8849 to 8849, we are saying it is a one-to-one relationship. If we are connecting through the country code 8 to 8, do you think it becomes one-to-one or many-to-one or many-to-many or many-to-one or one-to-many?
Many-to-1.
Many-to-one. Why many-to-one? Any justification?
No, only 8 country codes. Uh, many records are there, right? Many hotels are there. Basically, for each of that 8, there is no individuality.
Very good. So it is 8. Then why do you say it is many to one connectivity?
Because it's moved to append table, right?
Correct. In appendment table, for a well think Asia table, it has got only the Asia table. So in that case, your relationship started from many, but when it is ending, is it connected to multiple rows like 8849 rows with the same unique identifier? Okay, this time your unique identifier becomes your country code. Then what will be your relationship? And I mean, don't worry. This is not so, um, um, I mean, difficult topic to understand. This is actually easy topic to understand. Only thing is, you just need to be little um, cautious about doing what you're doing here. Okay, cost center. Oh, sorry, or country code. Okay, so this country code information here. What I'm saying, if my identifier becomes a country code and the data is going from Asia table to append1 table, then what will be the relationship? We have explained many to one. And what I'm saying, this is many to many. You said many to one, but I'm saying it is many to many. Why?
Because country code is not unique here.
Very good. Country
We are
code is not
comparing
unique.
with the, yes.
You have got only 8 country codes out of the table if you look at the data, correct? But the total number of rows of data becomes 8849, which means each country code might have got repeated 10 times or 20 times or 1000 times or 100 times even. On an average, each country code might got repeated around 1000 times, correct?
Yes.
So if your identifier becomes country code, then there are multiple country codes information on the from table, which is Asia table. So that relationship started from many. But when it is connecting to the append1 table, since you are copying all the 8849 rows into the append1 table, even there it is the same thing. When you look at the country code, obviously there are multiple country codes. So that is when it becomes many to many relationship. But when you are looking at the restaurant ID, 8849 rows of restaurant ID information is unique, which are getting connected to 8849 unique rows of data inside the append1 table. That's why it has become one relationship.
Okay.
Is it clear? No. Yes, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, basically, since we are used to VLOOKUP, the unique element is very helpful to fetch the corresponding record. So
Mhm.
one-to-one record, its application wise, we see it's very relatable. And we call many to many. And once we progress, maybe once you explain, maybe we will get the further more insights.
Like you mentioned, I by your point, you're absolutely correct. We are used to the VLOOKUP formula, and then we know that we are using the unique. Now, I'll ask you the same question in a different way, where you might have used the same thing. Now, think about it and tell me, since you are known, if I give you the VLOOKUP formula, you are applying that VLOOKUP formula on the restaurant ID. So, since it is unique, you are able to do. Now, think about it. If I ask you to do the same VLOOKUP formula using the country code, what will be your next step? You will come and say, Lakshmi, it's not possible because it's not unique in nature. This is what you'll tell me, isn't it?
Yeah.
But if I ask you, no, you have to use the country code, then what will be your next step? Usually you will club the information. What you'll do a concatenation between two different columns. Like you might do a country code plus identifier. And then you will do a VLOOKUP. This is what we usually do.
Yes.
You're going to learn all these elements now. But before we learn, you need to know the technical function about this. So that's the reason I'm asking you to do it. Because there is a simple way. I'll tell you how you can do it. There is a simple way. I can ask you to do a relationship. I can ask you not to do a relationship. But you need to know the reference. If I do the relation, what will be the impact? If I don't do the relation, what will be the impact? So you need to have both idea about the do and don'ts here.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is interesting because in between, when you said like many to one, uh, I initially misread that only 8 records will come into the append table, something like that. Something like it will pull the unique country code and only 8, but you are insisting that again 8840 lines are going to be there. So the data set is same in the append, but still how you call.
Exactly.
If you are going to talk about restaurant ID, we are calling it as one to one. If you are going to refer to the country code, then the way we speak about that is changing to many, correct?
Exactly. That's it.
Okay.
The identifiers you're relying on will automatically change your impact on the data sets. What this topic will give you an understanding is you look at your data tables and think about your data tables and create a model on your data table in any direction you like. But what you need to be aware of, if I look into this direction, like let's say solution one, relying on this identifier, what will be my impact? Solution two, if I'm relying on the country code, what will be the impact? Solution three, if I rely on some unique identifier, clubbing these two information, what will be the impact? Can I make more sense? Yes. So you should be in a position to know whenever you change your identifier, you think about your identifier, it should automatically tell you what kind of functionalities it should do. This is what you need to be really aware of. So that's why I'm giving you in both the directions. So let's say from the table two. So in a simple way to tell you, if you're applying the VLOOKUP formula from, which means in Asia table, you are opening an Excel file. In Asia, you're writing the VLOOKUP formula, but you're referring some to a table from the append one table. Then what will be your solution? If you're opening an append one file, you're writing the VLOOKUP formula with append one, referring to the table in Asia, what will be your relationship? This is what literally are looking at. Got it?
Okay, sir. Once we cover the remaining two, I think we'll get more confidence.
Let me see how you're going to do this in other ones as well. Okay, so for now, I'll keep the table like this as it is. Now, even if you think in this direction, like your data from append one table is going into the Asia table, think about this. Append one data table is going into the Asia table. Even then, the relation becomes what? I'll disclose the answer here. I'll just say this is one-to-one relationship again. Okay, this is again going to be the one-to-one relationship.
Because
You might think
restaurant ID.
because of the restaurant ID. Suppose if it is the country code, like you said, if it is the country code, that is identified as a country code, then when I'm going from append one table to Asia table, then what will be the information? Then again, it becomes many to many relation only. You do it this way, you do it the other way,
So
right?
basically, Srikant, this wholly depend on the identifier and that identifier's uniqueness. That
Mm,
whole story goes on, right?
correct. Your identifier, identify uniqueness, and connecting from table to table. Everything matters.
Right.
Okay. So far what you have learned is like one to one and one to one and many to many. Now let's move closely onto the next level. Now, just I'll keep the file as it is right now here, the same thing. I'll share you this data at the end on the chat window. Okay, once everything is good. So before we move on, now let's go back to your files here, everyone. Let's go back to your files. First thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to the home tab. Under the home tab, under the under the home tab, under the query group, I have the refresh preview. Okay, so I'm selecting this and click on the refresh all drop down for a minute. So nothing is going to change. Everything is going to get refreshed. That's it. There is nothing is going to change here. So just go to your Power Query Editor screen, click on the Home tab, under the Query group, click on the Refresh Preview, and then you'll click on the Refresh All. This is going to refresh every information. Now, once you have done this, okay, this shouldn't take much time, hardly around seconds. So once this is completed, the next set, what you need to do. Watch my screen for a minute and then just do accordingly whatever is. If I go back to the datasets folder, within the datasets folder, now apart from these, I have got 4 more files. One is called the country code, currency converter, fact table. Okay, so there are 3 more information: country code, currency converter, fact table. So these are the 3 different tables left over. Now, what I want you guys to do is to load all these 3 tables into the screen, Power BI screen. On your data Power BI Power Query Editor screen, add these 3 files again manually. Like how you have done the other continents file, just load the same thing. But do not do any changes or do anything. For example, what I meant to say, what I'm going to do is I'll go to the Home tab, under the New Query group, click on the New Source. This will give me the first option, Excel workbook. So I'll click on the Excel workbook. It will redirect me to the place where I need to open the files from. So I'm selecting the country code, click on the country code and click on open. So once I click on open, you will see that the country code window is going to get connected. So I'll select this file and then I'm selecting the file here and then click OK. So this will add one more query in my section. This will add one more query in my section. Okay. And once I load the file, I'm going to remove the change type. I'm removing the change type. So I'll retain only 3 steps: source, navigation, and promoted header. That's it. So I'll repetitively do the same thing for the remaining other 2 files. So just quickly add the other 3 more files on your screens, please. And the last is the fact table. So now I have got all the 3 different tables loaded, which is country master, USD converter, and then KB. Let me know if you guys were also able to do the same thing. Okay. Anand done. Narendra done. Okay, Nair and Manjunath.
accepted message.
Okay. Just give me a minute. Yeah, so right. So now you guys have loaded all the three different queries now. Now, before we move on, I'll also show you one more simple techniques here. This is only for your information. Maybe if you like it and if you want to apply it on your DBs, well and good. This will give you a kind of keeping your data organized. So what's that I'm going to show you here? Just take a look. Now I have got around 10 queries loaded. Okay. Now just imagine I'm going to add another 12 more queries or 13 more queries here. And then I created some data model database and everything. And I shared the file or deployed the file to a place where everyone can access. Now, let's say Manjunath have opened the file and then he wanted to do some modifications in that. So the moment once he opened the file, the very first note, he might find a beautiful visualizations, very good everything. But when it comes to the backend, when he go back, the first thing that will go to your mind, to his mind, hmm, the visualizations are good, but how do I understand where everything is being connected? How are we able to connect it? Where should I start doing the modification? Now, this will leave some impression to the people that where to start and how to start. They might not be able to understand. Now, what is the point I'm trying to make it here is very clear. Whenever you create some queries and everything, you try to keep it organized, not only just for the others, even for yourself. Whenever you do such, whenever you do such kind of things, you should be in a position to know that we are making things very clear to ourselves as well as to everyone. So what is that we are going to do? I click on the Zomato Asia, right click here on the query, the first query, and all I'm doing is slowly see this option move to group. Okay. So when I go to the move to group, since I don't have any groups here, I'm going to click on the new group here. And then I will say input. I'm going to say input. Okay. Or inputs and click OK. Now this is leaving me a group here, creating a group here called the input. Okay. So what I'm using the shift button. I'm selecting Africa, Europe, Oceania, Nam and San. and I drag them slowly onto this inputs group. That's it. Just keep doing this. I'll be back. Yeah, sorry. Sunday ना कुछ काम चलता ही रहता है घर पे easily. Right. So this is the input styles we are keeping up. Now I know very well. Even these are another three more inputs we are looking at. So again, what I'll do, I will also move this back into the input. Okay. Now total I have got around 9 inputs. Now again, can I do a subgroup? Yes. What I could do again here, I'll say one more new group here, and then see other inputs. Here the name wrong. Other inputs, and this other inputs can be actually put under the inputs. So which means I am moving this USD converter into other inputs, KPIs into other inputs like this, and then Zomato Asia, I'll move them to a group called the continents. And moving the same continents under the input file, so that this is how I'm just creating it. Very good. And then the append one, I'll right click on the append one here, and then I'll create the call output. Okay. Now you see how organized I kept my data. Okay.
So that output how you created, you just right click the append one and then add it, create a new group.
That's it. It will automatically come to the output because we using the append one, we created a new group. So this will automatically get into the output. See, at the same time, you can also observe for each one of the group, it will denote how many total number of data sets you are loading. And within the data group, again, sorry, how many data groups you have. And within the data group, how many total number of queries that you are loading. You come back and look back at your file even after months together. Still, you should be able to understand how many total number of input groups are there and how many total number of inputs are there and how many outputs you have created. See, this is the way, a professional way of organizing your data. Does it make sense?
Yes, sir.
Good. Now, let's move on to the next portion. After we have loaded these three files, let's move on to the next portion. So you're going to learn a few more steps here. Now, let's look at the country master. I hope everyone are ready. Good. So let's look at the country master. So since you have loaded the country master file, take a look at the country master. There are two columns and 209 rows of the data. Two columns and 209 rows of the data. And besides that, if you also observe, there are some null values here. Okay, there are null values. Okay, so you also see the null values. And you'll also see 94 Indonesia, 94 Indonesia, 94 Indonesia. What is that? It understands that we are still able to see in total, we are still able to identify in total how much, the rows of data is actually getting more duplicated. Okay, so these are getting more duplicated. So since these are getting more duplicated and we also have null values, we need to get rid of this and make sure our database is clean. So if you remember the step that I have spoken about this earlier, we need to ensure that we have we are doing the transformation and cleaning of our data. So this is what we are doing again, transforming and cleaning of the data. Now see, when I want to clean the data, what is the simple thing that I can do? If you observe on the top, in this case, if you observe on the teal color, you see there is a portion where it shows in the brown in color. And if you have statistics are actually open, it says valid is 95% and then empty rows are 5%. Okay, valid is 95%, empty is 5%. Now this is what it indicates. The color indicates that for you that there are few blank rows which is not having the data at all. So that is where you can take a call. Can I remove the blank rows? So how do you remove or get rid of the blank rows? Hover the mouse on the teal color, you will see the statistics here, and you have an option where you can see remove the empty. Okay, you have the option where you can remove the empty. So I click on the remove empty. Now, do you see the data is again converted to the 100% teal color, and then the data is showing valid 100%. And you see on the applied steps that data is step is applied as the filtered rows.
So filtered means those are still somewhere not deleted something, right? What when we loaded from the Excel, those were some empty rows, and now it's showing filtered. So Again, is it possible to retrieve those in the exact place? Same row
Yeah,
number that you pick?
in the previous step, just click on the previous step. You should be able to see that information.
Okay.
On the next step, it is filtering the row. This is the word we say transforming of the data. So initially how your data was, and then you're transforming the data. And while you're transforming the data, whatever the cleans that you're doing, that is what the clean of the steps. So that's why we call it as transforming and cleaning. Okay. After the step of filtered rows, now I need to ensure that the duplicates are removed. So how do I do that remove duplicates? Simple. Now, when you're removing the duplicate, please do keep one thing in mind. There are two kinds of duplicates that you're applying. One, when I select this entire column and then on the home tab under the reduce rows group, under the remove rows drop down, I have an option here called the remove duplicates. Okay. Home tab, under the home tab, under the reduce rows group, there is an option called remove rows. In the drop down of it, you will have multiple options like remove duplicates, remove blanks, remove errors. So when I opt for the remove duplicate by selecting this column, what the data DB is going to do, it is going to remove the duplicates based upon the first column alone, or based on the only the first column. If that is not the case, and you want to remove the duplicates on the entire data table, then what is the next step you need to do? First thing, what you need to do is to, after you select any one of the column, do a control A. Do a control A. With the control A, now you can see that the entire data set has been selected. If not, you cannot able to identify the difference. When you are when you have not selected all, you will see the difference. On the behind, the colors are different. It is gray in color. But when I select the table and do a control A, you can see every column is in a green color. What this indicates that your entire table is selected. And then you go to the home tab under the reduce rows group, look for the remove rows option, click on the drop down of it, and then click on the remove duplicates. Now this will actually remove your total duplicates of the line. And that's where you say the step called remove duplicates is updated. Now prior to this step, this is filtered rows. Next to that, we have removed the duplicates. Now with the data rows duplicated, removal of the data duplicates, out of 209 rows of the data earlier, now we have got just 15 rows of the data, which is truncated. Now the data is completely transformed and cleaned up.
Shrikant,
Yes.
can you help me in that folder because I made some duplicate folders while making that. Shall I share the screen?
Yes, please.
So I made this other input and continents, but here this other input one more folder is showing. How can I delete that?
Uh, just show me your screen, please. Okay. What you're saying here?
This I supposed to delete.
Right click on that and then delete group. Oh, okay. No. Click on close. Okay. First thing, right click over the other inputs, and then make sure you do an ungroup on that. That's it.
Okay, and how can I insert this into input group, other inputs?
Just drag that onto the inputs. Drag it and then drop it onto the inputs. That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I hope now you have done so far till here on the country master, and then you are able to see the remove duplicates option. And then this is the last step that we have got, the remove duplicates on this portion.
So far, it's looking like Microsoft, like what we do in Excel, they created some macros and plugged in like an application. So far, it will be otherwise we will for removing duplicates 3-4 steps. Now with the click we are able to do it.
And in fact, if you remember my words again, this is what I have told you. Power BI is a mixture of your MS Excel application, Word, again macros, all these steps put together.
Still day 2.
All right, now let's look at one more interesting point. What I mean, this is again for your understanding. If it is so really important and necessary, you can use the steps again. But how does it work is really important in Power BI. You might have done sorting in Excel. Okay, every one of us would have been masters in sorting in Excel. Sort by column, and then we'll choose different columns. But then, when it comes to the Power BI, how does the sorting will help you? Country code and country, there are two different continents. I mean, two different columns here. I want to select the country code and then sort the data by the country code. How do I sort it? Select the country code column. Either I can choose the drop down here by click on the drop down. Okay. I have an option here, sort descending and sort descending. Now take a look at the screen for a minute and then later you can do it on your screens. So watch my screen for a minute. I clicked on the drop down and use the sort ascending. The moment once I click on the sort ascending, I could still see that the data has been sorted, which I am absolutely 100% okay with. And besides this, I can also see that the applied step, the sorted rows are automatically updated. On the formula bar also, I can still see the country code is order is in ascending order. Now, these are different indications that I can see the data has been sorted. However, when I look at this data, because this is a place where I usually watch my or keep my eyes more often. So how do I do an indication or how do I indicate, yes, the data has been sorted here properly? Is if you observe next to the country code, this portion, okay, the drop down where you clicked on, do you see that there is an arrow mark which is coming up and the arrow mark direction is shown on the top? What does this indicate? This indicates that the data is sorted in ascending order. If it is descending order, then the arrow mark will be in the reverse order. Okay, arrow mark is in the reverse order. Don't think that why the arrow mark is given in a different direction, like it should be the other way around. It's not of importance, but ascending order, this is what it shows. Okay, from A to Z, the data is sorted. Now, on the country column, if you observe, there is no such kind of arrow mark. This indicates that there is no sorting happened on this particular column, but the data is sorted only on the country code. Okay, so these are the indications to say that the data has been sorted. Of course, yes, the moment once you see the applied step, you will also identify that the data is sorted. But what you might not be able to understand is the next portion of it. What? My understanding is I want to update or do the ascending order on the country code. Similarly, I also wanted to do the ascending order of the country. Of course, it doesn't make sense here. But for you to understand, again, as an example, I'm showing you how this is going to work. I'm going to click on the country and again click on the ascending order. Now just watch the screen and then see the moment once you click on the ascending order, you might observe something different. Clicked on ascending. Okay. Now I clicked on the ascending portion. The moment once you click on the ascending portion, do you see that in the applied step, is any other new step added? Actually, no. There is only one step remain because in the same step, I am doing multiple sort. The second bit on the data table, okay, country code. Now this time you should observe that there is a tiny number coming up here. There is a tiny number coming up here, which is 1. And similarly on the country, you might also observe there is a number here given as 2. Okay. What does this indicate? The arrows within the filter indicates that the data is sorted. And the numbers next to that indicates that how the data is sorted in which order. So looking at this portion, I would say country code is sorted first and then country is sorted later. First step, country code is sorted. Second step, country is sorted. And then both are sorted in ascending order. This is what the moment once I look at the data that indicates that these two are sorted in a ascending order.
Sir, simultaneously, is it possible to sort it?
No, simultaneously it is not able to. Even in Excel, you will not do a simultaneous job.
Okay.
But Shrikant, in country, why it is showing sorting in ascending and descending? It's supposed to be in alphabet, na? A to Z and Z to A.
Yes.
Then
Sorry,
why it is
maybe.
showing us?
No.
Yes,
Maybe
if you
yeah, tell me.
when we click on country sort button,
Mhm.
there's supposed to be a to Z and Z to A sorting, na? Why it is showing ascending and descending?
This is what you're saying.
Yes.
You already have A to Z and Z to A.
Oh, sorry.
No problem at all. You already have that. I mean, you already have that. It's just that you might not have noticed it. Okay. So does this? I mean, is this clear and does it make sense about the sorting? Right. If yes, you are on an agreement that you are able to understand this. Now let's move on to the next portion, the USD converter. Okay. Basically, you don't have anything here to do a kind of changes or anything here. So we don't need to worry about that. I'm absolutely okay with this. So I'll just keep this, leave it as it is. The KPI table. In the KPI table, again, you have the same option where I'm not going to ask you to do any changes. So you can just leave it as it is. However, maybe at this stage, we don't need to worry about all the data sets. We are good with this portion. So we have done some cleansing on the country master. We have done on the data, USD converter, and then the KPI. Now I'm good so far with this information. But now let's take a look at this portion. Okay. Now the question again comes into you guys. Let me know what do you think about it? In the KPI table, there are some restaurant IDs. Since I prepared the database from my end, since I prepared the database, I know the restaurant IDs from the KPIs are unique in nature. But if I ask you to create a relationship, or what could be a relationship between, or let's say, what is the unique identifier that you can connect? What is a unique identifier that you have got between the restaurant ID and the append one table. Sorry, on the KPI table and the append one table, look at those two tables and tell me what is the unique identifier which is common between these two tables, the KPI and append one.
Restaurant ID.
Restaurant ID, right? So I'll mention the same thing, whatever you say. Append one table and KPI table, the unique identifier is restaurant ID. And let's look into the next one. What is the common between, what is the common identifier between append one table and USD converter table? Append one table and USD
Continent.
converter table. Continent.
Continent.
Okay. And currency converter. Continent. So tell me the difference or the unique identifier between append one and country code table. What is unique identifier between append one and country code table?
Country code.
Country.
Countries actually. Country code.
It's countries or country code?
Country code.
Country code. Okay. See, append one table is a common between all the three queries I'm asking. But when you're connecting these two different tables, the unique identifiers are keep changing, isn't it? Suppose if I give this database, the same database in an Excel format, I'll give you the Excel files like I'll give you one append one Excel file, and then I'll also give you three different files, which is KPI, currency, and currency converter. Then what will you do? If I ask you to bring the database, let's say I concentrate more on the country code. Okay, so looking at the country code, I'll give you the country code file and then the append one table file. Then what will you do? If I ask you to bring the country names in the append one table, you from the country code file, what will you do? You will do a simple VLOOKUP formula in the append one table and picking up the data from the country code, isn't it?
Yes.
Every one of you here are damn good at
Yes.
VLOOKUP formula. Everyone, no doubt about it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, looking at this portion here, the first thing, append one table. Today, again, you are going to learn how do you perform a VLOOKUP function in Power BI, or let's say the Power Query Editor. So for this, what I would say, instead of saying the VLOOKUP, okay, instead of saying VLOOKUP in Excel is equal to merge query in Power Query. Okay. There is no formula that you are going to write called VLOOKUP in Power Query. You are not going to do anything, but rather what you are doing is, instead of saying the VLOOKUP, the terminology that you are going to use is called merge query in Power Query. Okay. So you are going to see what is this merge query. Now, for that, what are the steps that I need to take? Point number one, where do I want to apply the merge query? In which table I need to apply? I want to bring the data from country master to append one table. Got it? Remember the wordings I'm saying. I want to bring the data from country master to append one table. Okay? Which means end of the day, append one table should get the data from country master. Okay? You remember this portion. From country master to append one table. Now I'll switch back to my Excel again and then say, as per you have told me country code is a unique identifier. Then from table here begins okay. So just see this. From table becomes country master. Okay. From table become country master. And to table becomes append one. Okay. Now you tell me what will be the relationship between from country master to append one table using the country code as a unique identifier. What do you think is the cardinality?
Many to many.
Okay, when you
One
give me
to
an answer,
many.
you need to give me a justification. When you say many to many, why? Why do you think it is many to many?
Country master country code is the ID which is repetitive. And in
Okay.
the F1 also, that is a repetitive part of it.
Okay. Who is saying this answer?
Subhash Nair.
Okay, Subhash. Right. Is there anyone who challenged Subhash answer? He says many to many. Is there any other answer from anyone?
I think it's 1-to-1.
You think it's one to one. Okay, justification why?
Now we remove the duplicates, and now
Mm-hmm.
if you see the country master, we have unique values of country codes.
Mm-hmm.
So the same way applies in the appendant country code.
The
So
same way it is appended in the country
yeah,
code.
yeah.
Okay,
So that's why it's 1-to-1.
very good. So this is by Chandrasekhar, sorry. Manjula?
Naren.
Yeah, right, Manjula.
Uh,
Okay,
one to many, sir. In my view, it's one to many.
this is Manju.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Narendra's answer is one to one.
1-to-1. 1-to-1.
Nayar's answer is many to many. Manjula's answer is one to one.
One to many,
Sorry,
sir.
one to many. One to many. Why?
Yeah.
Why do you think it is one to many?
No, it's a, like a filtered table, like a source data, country
Mm-hmm.
master.
Mm-hmm.
Each country code, it is having unique records, one
Okay.
record, and it is extrapolated to a large data set, one
Mm.
to many. So in that
Mm.
context, I'm telling it's one to many.
Okay. Good. I love that way that you're trying to connect and understand. So the answer will be one to many. Why? To give you a better clarification, in the country master right now, at the end of your data set, after cleaning, sorting, and everything has happened, you see that there are only 15 lines of data. Correct? There are 15 lines of data. So this table have 15 country codes in it. Each country code here is unique. So one is not repeated anywhere, 14 is not repetitive, 30 is not repetitive. And so if you are connecting this with the country code, let's say one, to the append one table. In append one table, or let's say on the first portion, you have got 162. Okay. So 162 mean this is Philippines. If I go to the append one, on the first note itself, I can see from the first row till 20 rows of data, I still could see that 162 is 20 times repetitive. This is not just one portion. If there is a single line 162 in this append one, if there is a single line 162, then it becomes one to one. But since you have got many lines, there it is starting from one line, but it is connecting to multiple 162s in append one table. So that's the reason why this is called one to many relationship. Okay, this is the identifier country code, and this is the reason why I have given you explained why this is important, and before you do anything, why it is important. Does it make sense to everyone? Why it is one to many relationship? Maybe
Right.
Nair
So in
and
yeah.
yeah,
So in append one, country codes are in multiple time. So again, it's not unique. So that's why it's one to many.
perfect.
Understand?
Suppose, for example, now you tell me, looking at the database, the unique identifier is country code. Now you tell me, if I say append one, From append one table, you are connecting to country master table. What do you think is the relation or the cardinality now?
Many
It's
to
many
one.
to one. Many to one.
Perfect. It's many to one. Because append one table have multiple country codes, but country master have only single row. Got it?
Yes.
So that is why it is many to one. So where we are here, this is one-to-one relationship we are talking about. Okay. So one to many relationship, each row from table connected to not each row, but multiple rows into table. That is where one to many relationship. So this is many to one. What does it say? Multiple rows from table connected to each row into table. And here, this is many to many relationship. So multiple rows from table connected to multiple rows in two table. So this is how your relationships are actually defined. Now in order to make sure whatever you have learned here, whatever you understood, you are going to see the same thing. Just watch my screen for a minute and then you will do the same thing. As I told you that my task is to bring the country master names from the country master table to append one table. So here from table becomes country master and two table become append one table. When you perform the merge query, what you need to do? Select the append one table first because this is where you need to bring the values. So select the append one table, go to the home tab. Under the home tab, there is a group called combine group. Okay. Under the home tab, there is a group called combine group. In the combine group, you have options here called merge queries, append query. Okay. Merge query and append query. So I'll click on the merge query directly. No other drop downs I'm looking under. And I clicked on the merge query directly without no second thought. Okay. Now the moment once I click on the merge query, look at this. Observe the screen. As I told you, since I want to write or bring the data into the append one table, I selected the append one table and then clicked on the merge query. The moment I do this job, you will see there is a pop-up window called merge pop window, and under which the first thing, this is called the append one table. So this portion here is two table. This is table, and this will be your from table. From the table to two table, we are sending the data. And also, since we are currently working on that, you can observe that there is an exclamatory mark which is coming up on the append one screen on the left hand side. This is an indication that you are currently working on this particular table. Okay. And so this is append one table, which becomes two. And from table will be your country master. So I'm going to select the country master. Now, the moment once I select the country master, what you are going to see on the screen, look at this portion. This is called join kind. Okay, this is called join kind, which is nothing but your cardinality. And also the left outer, right outer, everything is coming up here. Now see this portion, click on the append one table and then click on the country master table. Now, what we identified is the country code, which is common between both the places. So what I do, I'm selecting the country code here and I'm selecting the country code slowly on the from table as well. The moment once you select this two, you can observe on the below portion, you can observe there is a statement given. The selection matches 9550 of 9550 rows, which means each row of the information is going to get a value from the table below. in the append1 table, each row of the information is going to get the value from the table. It's simply like when you type the VLOOKUP is equal to VLOOKUP, select the country code, and then go to the country master table. Then you are going to select the country master and the country column. So you're going to select both the columns, comma, 2, comma, 0, and then close the bracket. Once you enter, you will see the value. If not, you will get not applicable. Okay. So similarly, if it is not having a match, it will not tell you not applicable, but it will tell you how many rows are able to fetch the information, how many rows are not able to fetch the information. Now, after I do this, click on OK. The moment I click on OK, on the applied step, you will see the first step called merge query as a new step, which is updated. And you will also see there is a new column called the country master, which is updated here. There is a portion called country master, which is coming up. Now, what I want you to do is to perform the action till here. Just do this till here. Select the append1 table, go to the home tab. Under the combine group, you are going to see the merge query. So click on the merge query, and then you should see the append1 table on the top. You should not be able to deselect it. You should only see the append1 table. From the below table, select the country master, select the country code from the top and bottom, select both. You should see the matching statement, then click on OK. Then it should add a country master column here like this and the applied step merge query. Please do it till here and then let me know once you're able to do this. Okay, Nair and Narendra, yes, you guys have done. Anand and Manjuna, let them see.
Done, sir.
Very good. So if you have done this, then the next portion will be this way. When I click on the merge query, okay, so now I have got the step. Now, if you see that the country master table has been selected, now you will also observe the filter button have two bidirectional arrows right now. The arrows in two different directions, okay? So what does this indicate? This is called the expansion. So click on this arrow, you will see the total number of columns. You will see the total number of columns which is available within the same table, country master table will appear here. Okay. Now out of which, since I already have connected the country code, I don't require the country code. I'm going to deselect all the columns here and then only select the column which is required, which means I only require the country name. I don't require the country code because country code, using the country code, we are selecting. So there is no, I mean, that doesn't make sense even again if I bring the country code. So I'm going to select the country. Then I also have one more option here. You see, this will usually be by default, it will be checked. Use the original column name as a prefix. What does it indicate? It indicates that when I click on OK now, you will see the column name becomes country master dot country. What does this indicate? That indicates that you have done a merge query and you have brought the country column from the country master table. That is what it gives you the indication. Like this, I'm selecting this and click on OK. The moment once you click on OK, you should see that the country master.country, this is how it appears. This is how it appears. Okay. If you think, no, it doesn't make sense, or I don't feel it is a good portion, then what you can do is you can just remove this portion by double click on this settings button. You will see this portion again expanded, and default colon name prefix, you remove this and then click OK. Now the country master.country will go off and then just make sure it comes up with a country. So this is how I can perform a VLOOKUP in Power BI. But instead of saying VLOOKUP, I would say it is merge query in the Power BI, or let's say the Power Query.
Sir, actually, when we are doing this merging operation, is that Excel clause applicable here also? That country code, if it is right side to the country name, will it still work?
Good. There is no such kind of clauses like it should be on the left hand side or the right hand side. There is no clause like that here in the Power Query editor. It can help you to bring the data in any direction of your database. Only clause it should have is your unique identifier should be available within the other table. That's it.
Okay, thanks.
Another query is that since in country master we have only two columns, so if we have a multiple columns in country master and we want to select like country or state or city, that we can select multiple columns in this in appendant one column, appendant one table.
Right. The answer is yes. And in fact, this is what I'm actually waiting from you guys, that why this question has not yet come up. Uh, yes, in the same method as I told you, when you're expanding the query, it will show you all the available columns on the table. Now, whatever the table that you want to bring, or whatever the column that you want to bring, all you need to do is to check mark those and click on OK. With one single click, if there are around 20 columns that you are looking out to add, all the 20 columns will be added at one shot. You don't need to perform this kind of, again, merging queries 20 times. One query, multiple column data can be pulled in.
And for example, in appendant one, if there is already a country column is there, then it might come in country one as another column.
Good. Yes, it will come as country 1 or country 2 or country 3. Basically, yes, it will come as a duplicate column. So country 1. And so that is one of the reason where they have given this option called default column name to be prefixed in. So they will understand if there is already a column called country in the append one table, then this indicates this indicates that the data is from country master.country. That's where they are giving the prefix automatically.
Right.
Good. Is there any other question on the VLOOKUP, or are you good? How do you feel this is good? Okay. Maybe I think because of one particular column, you might not be able to see the difference. Now, I will stay online. I will not do anything. Okay. Based upon the answers you have given me earlier, we have completed the country code and everything. Now, can I request everyone to see, since you told me that restaurant ID is a common portion between append one and KPA, now the task for you is, if you understood the merge query, now from the KPA table, you have got around 10 columns of information, okay, which includes the restaurant ID. Now, removing this restaurant ID, I will have got 9 more columns of data. Now, your task will be to bring all those 9 columns from the KPI table into the append one table, so that once you do a successful addition of these columns, ideally your append one table should have got uh, 21 columns of the data. Right now, if you are following with me and you guys are in a perfect sync with me, you should have probably around 12 columns of the data today. You should be having 12 columns of the data. Okay. And adding those another 9 more columns from the KPI table should add or bring the append one table into 21 columns of the data. Now I'll give you 5 minutes of time. Do you mind to go and finish this task?
Yes, sir. We will try. We will do it.
Yes, please.
What should be the default column name here then?
I mean, the default column name, if you want to keep it KPI, you can. Otherwise, around you can uncheck that.
Okay.
I'll leave that up to you.
Sir, actually, merge query as new. Should I use it or the other version?
No, no, only merge query. There is no merge query as new. You shouldn't use that.
Okay, so I mistake I have done it. Sir, how to delete it? Should I just right click and delete that? Merge
Yeah,
one.
yeah. You can right click and delete that table.
So it will be open a new restaurant
It will-
ID one, right?
Yes, it will open a new restaurant ID.
Okay. So we have to only do for a KPI right now.
Yes, only you need to add the details from the KPI to append one table.
Okay, sir. It's done.
So if you have done this, you should see around 21 columns of the data. Or is there any other new, I mean, is there any other number apart from 21?
So mine is showing 13 columns.
Which means you have done a merge query as new, maybe, or you missed another portion. You would have missed some other portion of the data.
Okay, sir.
Sir, even I got 13. I didn't select individual column. I just selected the restaurant ID and just proceeded. And I got only 13 columns.
You got that. Obviously, you have not expanded the columns. Only once you expand the column, you should be able to get the information.
Okay, so up to the stage, it's okay. So I should use that double-sided arrow, maybe.
Yeah. That is when you will expand, and then that is when you will get the information, no?
Okay.
Sir, sorry for interrupting you. So now
Uh-huh.
I got a 22 columns, right? I got a 22 columns now.
You got
So
the
even I
22.
done the same mistake.
I
Yes,
think
sir.
you should have selected the restaurant ID as well.
Uh, I will check again.
So that referencing table we need not include, right, sir, in the header. What is the advisable method generally?
Advisable method generally we include, but only thing is like it doesn't show good. Um,
Okay.
Unless and until you don't have any unique columns, that's fine. So let's say, for example, in this case, if you have added this, the last portion you should be able to see something called as on. So it came as on dot one because this is repeated. As on is repeated. You see what I mean? As on is repeated. Originally, it has got in the append one table, but then since we have taken the data again from the KPA, this append one table, I mean the as on column is again it came as the secondary column. That's it.
So
But
to
otherwise, around you can
differentiate,
see, yeah, to differentiate if you want to.
it has by default differentiated. Even without I selected the referencing table name,
Yes,
still it is giving a unique column header.
obvious. Yes, it will give you. As said, the advisable method is usually you don't keep that as a default. So that's when you can see the best way you can see the data.
Okay. So maybe when different pools of data we are bringing multiple columns, maybe it will help.
I will say it in another way. Let's say, for example, you are taking the same column information, like let's say the total number of units from different files. Let's say from yesterday file, today's file, day before yesterday file, you're taking the information from different files like that. The same column data. Let's say the uh, total number of jobs that you have completed on a daily basis. Okay? Then, if you're doing a merge query using this, let's say you have got all your resources name, and then you're doing a VLOOKUP, then what is going to happen? It is going to duplicate. Instead of that, there you can use the by default method as a prefix. Then it will save a lot of time for you or differentiate your data.
Great, sir. Great. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. So since it has got a different ways of using this portion together, like you can use it when it is required. And I hope now you guys are able to do and then understand like the VLOOKUP in Power Query Editor so far today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, right, good. So we'll take a short break here, around 10 minutes, and then we'll connect back. I think it is around 12:08 or somewhere, let's say 12:10. We will be back by 12:20.
Okay, sir.
Okay, lovely. Okay. I hope you guys are back, everyone. Okay, good. Yes, from Narinder. How about Anand? Okay, good, good, good. Right. So now you're able to understand everything. Okay. Now you tell me again the same portion. I again will look into this case. Okay. So the identifier here became the restaurant ID, and from the KPI table to append one table, what do you define the relationship? From KPI to append one table, what do you define the relationship?
One-to-one.
One-to-one relationship. Very good. And similarly, using the same restaurant ID and the append one table and the KPI table, so what will be the relationship?
Again, it's one-to-one.
Very good. Again, it is a one-to-one relationship. Okay. Now you guys are in a good position that you are able to understand everything. I really like the spirit of everyone. Now, again, before we move on to the next step, okay, the last portion, what I want to add, the last portion, what I want to add is between append one table, okay, what you guys have defined this earlier to me. Between the append one table and the country and the currency converter, you guys told me that it is continent, is the identifier. Now, using the same identifier, can you, okay, my challenge is to bring from the USD converter, I want only the last column, which is 2 USD value to appear in the append one table. Once again, I repeat, I need to bring the 2 USD value into the append one table. Now, someone have told me that between append one and the currency converter, it is continent. Okay. Can you guys tell me, will you be able to bring the USD value into the append one table using the continent?
No, country wise it will vary.
Country wise, it will vary. Okay. So the earlier portion you told me it is continent is a unique identifier. Then is there any change in the unique identifier now?
Can we use currency factor as a common factor?
Can we use currency as a common factor? No, I mean, if you ask me, I will have multiple things. So you tell me, you want to go with the currency? I'm fine with anything. End of the day, we need to see the USD value for each one of the place. So you think currency can be a better option?
Yes. Yes. If you
Okay.
ask me, currency is a better option.
Do everyone agree with the currency option? The screen is not with, sorry.
No, but because in different continent, the currency can be same value.
In different continent, currency can be a same value. Very good point. So for example, if you look at the dollar, we have the dollar repeated in Asia, we have the dollar repeated in North America, Oceania as well. So the dollar cannot be a unique identifier. So currency can also be not a unique identifier. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay, then how do you want to take it forward? What's your plan?
We need to establish a virtual connection maybe between two tables.
You need to create a virtual connection between two tables. Okay, but in order to create the connectivity, what is that you need to rely on? That's the question.
What if we add a unique ID in this currency converter table, and then set up a relation.
How do you want to create that unique value?
In a country code,
Country code.
See, many places the currency itself revealing the country name, New Zealand dollar. So only when it is plain dollar, we encounter challenges.
Okay. So finally, still not able to figuring it out, like what will be a best option, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Good. So the answer is actually simple, but what we need to do is we just need to figure it out how we can able to do it. Correct. So in order to figure this out, the best way that you can still rely on, or you can use this is you remember in Excel, if this is the same task for you guys, what will you do?
we look up
Yeah, but before you do the VLOOKUP, what is that you need to do?
Concatenate
Concatenate what?
the continent and the value, USD value.
Good. But don't you think that you need to concatenate the same value, the continent and the currency, both in the USD converter and append one as well? Because here you want to create a concatenated value, which is good. But after you create the concatenate value, even in append one, there should be a concatenate value, right? Between the country code and the currency.
Yeah.
Otherwise, around you will not be able to get the match the values between both the cases and then get the accurate results.
Yeah. Yeah.
True.
Yes.
So what you need to do for that is going to be very simple. You don't need to do a concatenation value, but watch my screen for a minute and then you will execute the same thing. Since I want to bring the USD value to append one table, I'm going to select the append one table. And then now I'm going to click on the merge query. Under the home tab, combine group, I'm going to click on the merge query. Okay. After I click on the merge query, the append one table is on the top portion. Now on the below portion, I want to select the USD converter. And from here, watch the screen little carefully. On the top, I'm going to move to the right hand side and identify the continent column. So I'm going to select the continent column on the top and then select the continent column below. So here now I could see the continent to continent is matching. Now I am holding the control button on my keyboard. I'm holding the control button on the keyboard and now select the currency and select the currency as well below. Okay. What is happened?
Yes.
The continent and continent are matching, currency to currency is matching. If you observe, there are numbers assigned to each one of the column. Do you see this? Continent against continent, there is one. Against continent, there is one. Against currency, there is two. Against currency, there is two. What does this indicate? This indicates that you are creating a relationship between the continent and the currency from both the tables, which is nothing but like a concatenated value.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah.
yes.
Now you have the selection matches 9550 of 9550. Now select the click OK. What is going to happen? You will see that a new column is actually created from the USD converter. I'm going to expand it and then deselect everything and then select the 2 USD and then click OK. So now should I see that the 2 USD value is been updated to here?
Yeah.
That's it. So what does this indicate? Tomorrow you have around 4 different columns that you want to patch. Not just only one column you are relying on. You're going to rely on 4 or 5 different columns to patch. Even in that case, when you want to do it, it is easy for you to do in this method rather than creating a new column in the in both the tables and then creating the connection. Instead of doing it this way, you are patching up both the tables using those 2 different columns, and then you are achieving your value. Correct?
Okay, like using that control button, if we are proceeding, it will establish the relations in the background.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, so that flow is important. Before attempting the click and selection, we should have the understanding.
Ideally, yes, this is what I say. Yes.
Sir, actually, post lunch, I missed 5 minutes. So basically, we are trying to uh, have the value, USD value, and it's at the continent level, we are pulling it, right?
Continent and the currency, both the levels.
Country is involved somewhere.
No, country is not involved
Okay.
because USD converter is having only 3 columns, correct? Continent, currency, and then 2 USD. So you're relying on both these inputs like continent and currency alone.
Okay.
But but Shrikant, in multiple sequence, for example, like we choose continent, currency, and two, three parameters. If I miss any sequence, then it will not give me a correct value, right?
Yes, it will not give you the correct value. But if you miss the sequence in the sense when you are selecting, your sequence should be selected. Otherwise, around your matching will go zero. For example, you are doing an apple to apple and orange to orange comparison in a single go. If you are doing an apple to orange and then orange to apple comparison, obviously your selection and everything will go for a zero, correct?
Right.
That is what we are
So
doing it here.
yeah, but means in current example, currency in US converter is, that values are small. So we just by looking, we bifurcate that, कि continent के बाद currency आएगा. But in real
ऐसे कुछ
data,
नहीं,
there
नहीं
are
नहीं ऐसे
so many
कुछ नहीं,
values, no?
नहीं नहीं ऐसे कुछ नहीं. आप पहले करेंसी टू करेंसी भी सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं एंड देन कंट्री टू कंट्री सेलेक्ट कर सकते हो, बट लेकिन द कंपैरिजन ऑफ व्हाट यू गाइस आर डूइंग इज इंपॉर्टेंट. इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट. सीक्वेंस का प्रॉब्लम नहीं. सीक्वेंस इज नॉट द पॉइंट फॉर यू. Sequence
Okay.
can be, you can select the country first or continent kind of currency later, or currency first and continent later. But currency to currency and continent to continent is important. You understand
That
what
I
I mean?
understand. That I
That's
understand.
it.
But it is
Yeah.
not required कि first continent ही आना चाहिए.
नहीं,
First
not
currency भी
required.
आए.
Not
Okay.
at all required. वैसे हम क्यों कर रहे हैं कि because that is what we are actually relying on. Correct?
Yes.
So simply, if we select two columns only, like in VLOOKUP, only one column it's referencing for fetching the information. Here, both the condition, if it is correlated, then corresponding both the column matching in the other table, it will put the data.
Yes. So it is selecting as okay, Africa, wherever it is Africa and the currency is rand, it will give you the answer as 0.065. Wherever it is Asia and Botswana Paula, it is give you the value as 0.087.
Okay, that concatenate function is eliminated basically.
That's it.
Manually,
That
yeah.
that's it. The concatenation function is completely eliminated, and then we are just giving a simple connectivity between them so that we are achieving the value.
But Shrikant, I have a query. So,
Mm-hmm.
for example, say in US converter, if a 12 row is showing Oceania dollar, say one, and
Mm-hmm.
13 row it is showing Oceania, say so sorry,
Yes, sir.
Oceania dollar 0.68. Then how
Oce-
it will? Uh,
Oceania dollar, it is one Oceania dollar 6.8, 0.68. If this is the
uh,
case, what will be your answer? Correct.
yeah, yes,
It will
yes,
still
yes.
give you the value for Oceania dollar. It will not give you the value for Oceania dollar 6.8, 0.68. Then what you need to do, you might have one more extra column that makes a difference between these two.
Third parameter you are saying.
Okay, third parameter. Yeah,
So
third
continent,
parameter.
currency, and some other factor.
Some other factor, parameter that we need to consider.
And if that is not there, then it is showing me error, right?
It will show you, no, it will not show you the error, but it will give you the wrong value. Because wherever
Uh,
it says Oceania dollar, it will only give you one. But your expectation is if it is 0.68, you need to have one more parameter. Now, how do you add one more parameter where you don't have it? Correct.
right, right.
You need to have one more parameter that you need to add it. Then that is where we need to find out a one more logic, a kind of a logical method where you can create a unique identifier between these two so that your values are appropriately matched.
So
Sir,
basically,
so
at backend, it is doing a correlation between means continent, currency, and other factors, and then it will give me output of US
Yeah,
dollar.
yeah.
sir, going by the earlier query, so that means if there are two rows identically with the different information, similar to VLOOKUP, the topmost one information will be fetched, right?
Yes, that is what we are saying. Oceania dollar one and Oceania dollar 0.68, it will give you the fetch the value of one, not 0.68.
Okay. So now we will try it, sir, once again.
Yes, yes, please. So if you have done this portion, now you should also tell me currency converter name, the continent or the currency. So with this, from append one, sorry, from currency converter to append one table, what will be the relationship? And vice versa.
One to one.
Many to many?
Many to
What?
many, I think. Many to many.
Okay, very good. So now this gives a slight difference. So understand this topic alone, only this particular topic. Now here I would say identifier, we are making the continent and the currency together. Okay. As per you and me, what we know very clearly that we are giving the continent and the currency like creating a unique value. So based upon the unique value, your currency converted to append one, what will be the kind of relationship? According to us, it becomes like one-to-one relationship. But according to the Power Query, it is like many to many. It is never a one-to-one. It is only many to many and vice versa. Why? Reason. You either select the continent or you either select the currency. Since they are having multiple rows in that, and although you are creating two more parameters or three more parameters to make a unique continent, but whatever the first column that you are selecting, if that column is having more data, and then have the another column in the other table also having more data, automatically it will go it as many to many automatically. So in a blind note to say, on a blind note to say, when their identifiers are more, one or more, when one or more identifiers are used to create a relationship between two different tables, the cardinality will end up automatically as many to many. Does it make sense? One parameter is in your identifier, if there is only one column and you are having only unique values from the table to table, it becomes one to one. So whenever your identifier is only one column, then your cardinality keeps changing. But when you are using one or more identifier and then try to create a relationship, that by default it will end up into many to many relationship.
Okay.
Is it confusing?
When we do that application, sir, now you are giving that explanations, context. So once we put to use, then I think it will get even more interesting.
Okay. So then what you will do, I will pick up the same thing. Okay. I'm picking the same thing up here, and I will just provide this as a notes so that you will have this on the chat window, the recording as well. Right. Like you mentioned, when you are doing in the application, you will know about this more. So if you have done this in your append one table right now, you should be having around 22 columns of data. You will have 22 columns of data and 999 plus row. Can you, can you guys confirm? Yes, this is correct.
Yes. Yes, we are having that.
Yes.
Very good. So now save this file. You see the save command on the top. So save the file. And the moment once you click on the save option, again, you will have an options like apply and apply later. So click on the apply later. Your file gets saved. That's it. Okay. So now this is where we are standing. Okay. In terms of creation of a big database. Okay. Now the last portion, what we are going to do, the last portions, what we are going to do. If you look at the last portion of the file, what you have created right now, which is the 2 USD value. And also on the append one, you have one more column called cost, average cost for the two people. Okay, average cost for the two people. But this average cost for the two people, this belongs to different currencies for different continents. Now, since that what we have done is to bring in a USD value. Now let's convert the average cost for the two into the complete dollar value. You understand what I'm saying? I have an average cost in Indian currency. Now I need to properly convert that into a universal currency, which is into the dollar value. So what should I do in this case?
Multiplication.
Multiply with
Multiply.
USD.
Very good. So let's create one more column to multiply and doing this. So how do I do that? It's going to be very, very simple. There is an option here on the top where it says add column tab. Okay, add column tab. So click on the add column tab. Under the general group, you see there is an option here called custom column. Okay, select this custom column. Under the add column tab, general group, I'm selecting the custom column. So there is a pop-up that comes in. So under the custom column, what I'm going to do is USD value. I'll say USD value or cost in USD value, or let's say the cost in USD. This is what the column name I have given. So on the formula side, since it is a simple multiplication, the place where you need to write the formula right hand to that, you will see all the available columns which are available in this particular table. So I'm going to scroll down to identify average cost for two. So I have identified this column. I'll double click on this column so that it appears on the left hand side. Then give space, and then for multiplication, I'm just using star. Okay. And then I'll scroll to the right hand side to see which column which I need to multiply. I need to multiply this with 2 USD. So I'll double click on the USD so that these two columns are multiplied. And I can still see there is no error in the formula. So I'll click on OK just to see that there is a value that comes in which is cost in the USD. And once this is created, I'm going to select this ABC123 for the cost USD, convert this value to a decimal number. Okay, I converted this value to a decimal number. This is the only thing I have touched. I have done the changes. Done, everyone?
Sir, why it is showing 1.2 cost in USD?
Because we changed the column value from number to decimal number, from text to or general to decimal number. That's right. Make sense?
How to do that, sir? After putting that formula,
You are going to change the value from here, the column value here from here. You will click in this portion, change the column type to decimal number. That's it.
okay, sir.
Okay.
Shrikant, to USD, your values are showing different than my values. Means I'm having a table who's showing value 0.80, and in your table it is showing 0.087.
0.80.
Yeah.
Where have you picked this
Have you
value?
sorted anything or what?
No, nothing. I haven't sorted anything.
It's showing 0.18. Shall I show you my screen?
Yes, please.
Here it is showing 0.18.
Just a minute. Do you mind to click on the merged queries too? settings button.
Merge queries 2, right?
Yeah, merge queries 2.
Oh, sorry.
We are good in this portion. Looks better for me. I don't see any trouble here. Okay, click on the cancel. Okay. So let me see. Continent is Sam. No, it is correct. Even your data is correct. I think your data is only having, if you can put a filter on the continent column, and then I can just see that. Because yes, continent Sam is there in the first portion. So if you can put a filter on the continent,
Which one? Continent. Okay.
just keep a filter on the continent once.
Should I do ascending or descending?
No, not required. Just click on load mode. Don't do anything. So we are good. So that nothing to worry about that. Your values and everything is correct. Now click on cancel. Don't say okay. No, we are good. Everything is good. We'll also see the data validations later. So, but now everything is good. You can click on the change type one. The last step. No. Don't do anything here. I'm saying
Oh,
click on the
right.
last step.
Yeah.
Okay. So far we are good in terms of where we need to, or I mean, where we need to complete the task. We are good on this case. Okay. So then on the append queries column, we are still working good on this case. Now the next portion will be uh, just give me a minute. Let me see this. Okay. Right. So the next portion, what I'm going to teach you, uh, you might find this in the later stage why we are doing this job. Right now, whatever I'm going to explain, why are we doing this job? You will have an answer in the later stage. Of course, not definitely now, but on the later stage, you'll get to know why we are doing this step. But let's see what is that you are going to learn from the step now. Okay. Now, point one. So I have got two columns called as on, one coming from the uh, continents table, another coming from the KPI table. Okay, so I'm going to choose the continent, I'm going to choose the as on column data coming from the KPI table. Okay, so let's see what is that we are going to work on. In general, this portion right now, what we're going to see is something you might um, or it will be really helpful in your real-time scenario. What is the scenario? So in general, whenever we have a data from the dates column, in general, whenever you have the data from the dates column, very usually what happens is you might have to create or extract days out of it and again create a date out of the values or extract the month, extract the year, extract the days out of a particular date. Because in every database, every data set that you receive, dates is one particular common thing that you might have to keep facing and struggle a lot when you are working anywhere within the data set. Okay, so let's see how you can able to help yourself in terms of these dates going to I mean like kind of an extraction or uh, pulling out the dates, pulling out the months or pulling out the years, how easy it could be for helping out. Okay, now before this, getting into the step of doing some action on the as on, so just watch the screen for a minute. Under the append one table, there is an option or there is a column called as on dot one. For me, it's as on dot one. Okay. It comes after the votes column. It is as on one. Okay. Now identify this column, change the column format. Since right now it is in the ABC123, which is in the general or text format, I'm going to convert this into a date format first. So I'm going to select this here, and there is an option for me where I can convert this column value to date. So I'll select the date. The moment once I select the date, you can just see there is no new step added. However, under the same change type, because we have changed the values of cost in USD from general to decimal, and along with that, we also have done the changes on as on one, where we changed the column value from a normal value to a date value. Okay, so this is where it is identifying the date value. You see this portion? Okay. The second bit of this. So once you do, now we are moving into one more difference in the Power Query editor. If you have observed this from the beginning of the class, if you have observed, whenever I say there are different kinds of tab names available, you are able to see different tab names, but there is one of the tab name called transform, there is a tab name called add column. If you look at these two portions here, transforming and adding up the column, let's talk about transform. In transform tab, you have got multiple groups like table, any column, text column, number column, and date and time column. So I'm talking about the portion specific to date and time column. Of course, yes, on the number column as well, but I'm going to talk more about the date and time column. Under the transform tab, you have a group called date and time column. Similarly, if I go to the add column tab, I also have from date and time a group. Okay, I also have from date and time group. Now, before I move ahead and then talk about this, just don't take too much of uh, uh, pressure on this. Just think about this in a very, very simple and lighter note. Can anyone tell me or explain me if I say you are seeing two options, we are seeing the same option called date option, time option in both the transform and add column tabs. Now, can you guys tell me on a simple note, what do you understand why there is the same option in two different tabs, one in transform, one in add column? What could be the difference?
So might be adding a one more column and whenever go for a add column.
Very good. How about transform?
The transform, I think they will be changing in the format, right? Or something.
Changing in the format. Okay, very good. So basically, transform will change the originality of your column. What is that originality? When I talk about this as on date, the original values on the column is 8/12/2021. When I go to the transform tab and I want to change this, or let's say I want to extract the month name of this, or the name of the month or month number, the original column will automatically get transformed to the portion what I'm looking out for. Either it could be a month number or days in the month or end of the month, start of the month or name of the month. Got it? So which means when I select the month number, the whole values become here like 8, 2, 3, 8, 5, 8, something like that. But when I use the same option like add column and then go to the date and then select the month, it is going to create one more additional column and then extract the month name out of month number out of it, but your original column will not be disturbed. You understood this difference between the transform and add column?
Yes, sir.
Got it? So transform will change your original value. Add column will will give you one more new value without disturbing your original value. So it is up to you to take a decision whenever you want to do this kind of option. You decide either you want to change the originality of the column or you want to create an extra column and then move ahead with your options. Okay. So this is again, I'll leave it up to you. And um, I mean, I wouldn't suggest anything like you should always use add column or transform data. It depends upon the situation that you are put in, and then you want to use both the options. Anything would be the same, but unless and until your values are, I mean, the end of the day, you are achieving what you want to achieve. Clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So for the benefit of us right now, for the benefit of this, now what we are going to do, we are going to rely on add column to see how you can extract the months or year or anything. And I'll show you the same option in two different ways as well. So first thing, let's look at the scenario. As on column, I'm selecting this as on column, and then I'm going to the add column tab. And under the add column tab, I'm going to rely on the from date and time group and the date option. So I'm going to select this. And then here, I'm going to extract the month number out of it. So I'm going to select the drop down as month and then click on the month. So you will see that there is a new column added called month, and the months are extracted out of it. Do you see this everywhere?
Yes, sir.
Got it? Let me add one more thing. I remember this should work out this way. This should not be the answer, but yes. Okay. Then the next portion, what I'm going to do is to extract the month names out of this. Okay. I'm going to extract the month names out of it. As well, I have bought the month number. I'm going to extract the month numbers. So again, I'll go to the add column and then from date and time group, click on the date column and then again extract the months over it. So I'll say name of month. Yeah, it is date dot month name, of course. Yeah. So I'll see that the month names have been extracted out of it.
Can we create these columns? Just write two as on column because it might, make confusion. कि कौन से column से किया है.
Sorry, again one more time.
Hello.
Yes.
So Shrikant, can we create these columns like month name? Just write two as on column, as on one column, so that we can remember that means कौन से column से किया है ये हमने month और because there are two columns ना as on month वाले.
Right. Okay, you are saying, how do you understand which column that you have to use as on, isn't it?
Yeah, so basically as on one से हमने extract करके month and month name किया है, right? So
Right.
उसके right side में हम ये column रख सकते हैं क्या? So that to identify कि इस column को ये करके हमने किया extract करके ये month और month name लिया है.
Mm-hmm.
Can we do that? In between as on one column and 2 USD के बीच में month और month name आ सकता है क्या?
ओके आ सकता है बट लेकिन ऐसे नॉर्मल नहीं होगा. इसके लिए क्या करना है कि वी नीड टू आफ्टर आई हैव सेलेक्टेड दिस आई नीड टू सेलेक्ट बोथ दीज टू कॉलम्स and then simply drag it like this.
Okay.
So we are reordering the columns. So if you look at the step, it says the reordering the column.
Okay.
Is it possible to do it while you are creating the column? No. It is only possible after you do it and then move the steps
After.
accordingly.
Okay.
Okay. Are we good so far? Right. So this is one thing we are looking at. Now the next portion, let's look at one more point where it might make easy and probably it will be easy for you to know as well. Uh, you see, under the append one table, we have got one more column where it says the aggregate rating. It has been divided like average, excellent, good, not rated, poor, and very good. Okay, so there are different um, bifurcations which are giving on the rating text. Okay, so 4.8 is excellent, 4.4 is very good, 4.9 is excellent, and similarly they have just given rating for everywhere. So there are a lot of information. Probably sometimes wherever it says the rating is 0, I think they might not have rated they might not have rated. Okay. And if I look at the portions here again, I have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think there are around 7 to 6 or 6 to 7 ratings in a different way. Now, I'm not interested to show all these ratings in this 6th portion. Rather, I want to make sure there are only 3 different kinds of bifurcation. One, it should say below average, average, and um, anything in the food industry. Let's keep it like very good or excellent. Okay. Or we can say excellent, good, and um maybe we can say bad. Okay. Excellent, good, and bad. Let's say only 3 portions. So what does this indicate this condition? Anywhere, if the ratings are given by the people between 0 to 4, anything which is given between 0 to 4, I'll consider that they are bad. Anything which is given between 4.1 or let's say above 4 and below 5, sorry, above 4 and below 4.5, it is good. Anything above 4.5 is considered to be a kind of an excellent rating. Okay. Now, think about this in your mind and give me an answer. In the Excel file, you have such kind of column called the aggregate rating. And then you have got the same values like between the values between 0 and 4.9, or let's say 5. You have got the values here. Now, if the same portion is given in Excel, and then I ask you to bifurcate these three with with the formula where you can mention rating between 0 to 4 is bad, above 4, below 4.5, or 4.5 should be good, above 4.5, and whatever be the maximum value should become excellent. So how do you do this in an Excel in general?
Using if condition.
Using if condition. So when you write the same portion using, I mean, when you write the same thing using the if condition, um, can you guys write it at one shot in a single go as a perfect formula? Like you can write a perfect formula in a single go.
Yes.
Okay. So for that, prior to that, you need to have a little experience where you can write the formula in a single go. But then sometimes there could be a scenario where you might have to struggle a little bit, isn't it? Because of the parenthesis. If you don't close the bracket or open the bracket uh, properly, usually what will happen, you will end up uh, writing error in the formula, correct?
Yes.
But then with all your experiences you had got, I think how many of you, I'm not sure, like you would have written a little complex medium complex formula if condition in Excel for the very first time at one go, perfectly without any error. I definitely didn't write it because even I experienced a lot after writing the formula, wrong and try to understand. Then I came to know that it is a correct formula. But if you guys have written it in the very first go, I really appreciate it. You guys are really having a very good knowledge, a good amount of understanding in how to write the formula. But yeah, have you ever experienced any difficulty in writing any formula in Excel?
Not difficulty, sir. If, as you said, no, one or two iterations, we will get the result. I was able to crack it, but not at the immediately at the first go.
Okay. So
Shrikant,
yeah.
yeah. So Shrikant, I'm not good in if formulas or in complex formulas. But in this case, what I'll do is, I'll make a group of ratings, and then I will do a
Look up.
VLOOKUP formula, right?
No, that's also a good way. That's fine. Okay. Now let's see. I'll give you a bit of understanding about how do you write a if condition in Excel, in Power BI, and share me your thoughts again back. How do you feel writing the formula in Power BI and in Excel? What makes more easier, and the way you're taking, I mean, you're considering this and then writing it. What makes it more easier? You can share me your feedback here. Or like our friend said, as since he is not good in writing the if formula, he will try to do a table and then do a lookup. So let's see how we guys can able to achieve the task. Okay. Now click on the add column or go to the add column tab and then click on the custom column again. And we are going to write a new formula here. So what I'm going to do is I'll just say ratings. Okay, I know that we have a column called rating text, but I'm just giving a formula, I mean, the column name as ratings. Okay, and then on the ratings part, now I need to write the formula. Watch my screen first. I'll write the formula. And trust me, you don't need to copy my formula by looking at that I need to share my screen, then you can write it. You can write it on your own again back. So just watch my screen for a minute and then you can apply the formula back. Now, the first portion, what you need to keep in your mind while you're writing if formula in Power Query. Very first thing. See, whenever you come to a formula space, you will see initially the formula is incomplete. This is what you will see. Whenever you start writing the formula at this corner, in this corner, you will see a different colors coming up. every time it will be red in color. Don't get panicky over it. Okay, because the formula is not complete or anything, it shows the red in color. End of the formula, once you are satisfied writing the formula, then take a look at the color. If that color portion still shows red, which means you made a mistake in the formula. If that portion is in uh, uh, cement color or a gray color, which means you wrote the formula correct. Otherwise, around you will also get an indication here that your formula is wrong. If it says no syntax errors, which means you are right. Okay. This is the indication that you are going to get when you're writing the formula. And so now let's start writing it. Point number one, when you're writing the if formula, do remember very clearly, there is no scope for you to write or use any capital word in this. What does it mean? When you start writing a formula in Excel, what you do, you'll usually is equal to, and then type I in capital letter and then followed by F as a small letter. And then you'll open the bracket and you'll keep start writing it. But you don't need to have to do it here. Everything should be in the small case, no capital case. That's the basic ground rule. Everything should be in the smaller case. No capital case, no proper case. So let me start writing the formula. I am going to rely on the aggregate rating column. So I will say if, okay, if space, as I told you, remember, the moment I type if in small letter, you can see this portion is totally updated in the blue color because it is identifying it is a formula. And also on the right hand side, you can see the red in color. This indicates that I'm still writing or there is an error in the formula. In fact, there is no error, but it is still showing. Okay. Then if what I would say, the ratings column, where is aggregate rating? Okay. If the aggregate rating is greater than or is equal to 0 and aggregate rating is less than 4. Okay. Aggregate rating is lesser than 4. I'll give spacing in between every place so that it is easy for me to identify, also easy for me to see the formula where how am I writing. You see this. If aggregate rating is greater than or equal to 0 and aggregate rating is lesser than 4, then I'll put it in the double quotes that it should say bad. Okay. Else, if aggregate rating is greater than or is equal to 4 and aggregate rating is less than 4.5, then let's say good. Else, aggregate rating is greater than or equal to 4.5, then it should say excellent. Okay. Else, null. Sorry. Else, if is missing here. Right. Else, if aggregate rating is greater than is equal to 45, sorry, 4.5, then excellent. Else, tell me the final answer as null value. Now I have written the formula. You see, there is no syntax error, and also this whole portion is in gray color, which means I'm good to go with. And when I click OK, I should see that the ratings are given here at the end. And for your understanding, I'm going to bring the ratings probably next to this ratings here column so that you will see. Now, when I put a filter on this portion, you will only see 3 values, either good, bad, excellent. Otherwise, around you will not see any values here. You see, good, bad, and excellent. And also you can see that 4.8 is excellent. Yes, 4.4 is good. Very good. 4 is also good. Yes. And then 3.6 is bad. Now, I don't know how much of you have followed this, but when I wrote the formula, I'm reading the formula out. Like if aggregate rating is greater than or is equal to 0 and aggregate rating is lesser than 4, then So the word I'm saying, I'm writing the wording there. That's it. Now you give a try on your systems in the C if you can able to do the same thing. Now don't feel shy reading it out and then writing the formula, because ideally what happens, if you remember, this is what the learning method we have done in our kindergarten. We used to keep on practicing this alphabets like A, B. While we talk, we keep practicing, and that's the reason where we are standing here today with a grip on the alphabets. Now, similarly, I want you to, I mean, you can mute yourself and then you can think about in your mind or speak outside and then start writing the same formula. And give me your experience, how you feel writing the formula. Is it easy, difficult still? And see if you can get an answer. Take 5 minutes, just finish the job. I'll be waiting for you.
Sir, can you type in the chat box that conditions what you have considered?
Yes, of course, definitely. I can type the conditions there. I will say between 0 to 4, it is bad. Okay, I'll put it this way. Greater than or equal to, greater than or equal to 0 and lesser than 4. This is good. Sorry, this is bad. Lesser than, sorry, greater than or equal to 4 and less than 4.5. Then this is good. Anything which is greater than or equal to 4.5, then it is excellent. These are my conditions. Okay, Narendra says you're done. So, what do you think, Narendra, is the way you're writing the formula? How do
It's
you think?
one go. It's completed. So it's very easy to understand.
One go, it is easier, right?
And first time in I'm using this and one go mein ho gaya ye.
Good. I really like that. So, I mean, as I told you, they are not so complicated in nature. There are few complications, but still, once you understand the way you write the formula, it becomes much more easy. If condition may, so or be easy.
Sir, can I share my screen? Can you help me correct it?
Okay, you are facing some issue, Manchunathan. Okay.
You are able to see the screen, sir?
Not yet.
No, sir. You are able to see it?
Yes.
Oh, can you just help me, sir, on this?
Okay. You wrote everything correct apart from mentioning the words bad, excellent, good in double quotes. You have not mentioned them in the double quotes.
It's in red
Now
color,
the
sir.
last,
Is that okay? Huh?
no, that's fine. Now the last portion again. What you are doing is you are writing. You are using comma.
Okay.
You read that formula outside what you have written. You read the formula out.
Okay. If aggregate rating is greater than or equal to 0
Mm,
and it is lesser or less than 4,
mm.
then should I put that then also?
Exactly. That is what you are missing. You should, why you are using comma there? You don't need to use the comma.
Else, if
After
aggregate,
four. No, no. After four, you why you are using the comma there? अभी यहाँ पे grammar का जरूरत नहीं.
okay. Else,
We don't. Right. Then this is again. You see, everywhere you have done the same mistake. Correct.
okay.
So you're
It is
missing
good.
then there. You're missing then.
Okay. Now is it complete, sir?
No. After that, you also need to tell no, if all the conditions are not met, what is your ultimate value? Then what you need to do, you need to give space and then say else space null. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. Now click on OK. No, I know that there is one more problem there. I know there is a one more problem, but I'm still not told you about this. See, what you have done in your writing the formula, you did a tiny mistake. If you click on added custom column one again,
Where, sir? Here. Add column. Oh,
added custom one, you need to double
okay.
click on the added
That gear.
custom one. Yes, that gear
Okay.
button. You see what you have, what the mistake you have done.
Aggregate rating greater than.
Read the complete formula out. That's okay, fine. Read the formula. Don't feel shame.
Okay. If aggregate rating greater or equal to 0 and
Mm,
it is less than 4,
mm,
then it's bad.
mm.
Else, if aggregate rating is less than or equal to 4 and
Ah, is this correct?
Better.
okay, and less than or equal. Okay.
Can't it should be aggregate rating is greater than or equal to 4 and less than 4.5?
Okay. It should be greater than or equal to 4 and less than 4.5, then good. Okay. Else, If it is greater than 4.5, then excellent. Okay. So if it is between 4 and 4.5, it's good. Greater than 4.5, excellent. Else null. Okay. And if it is 0 and 4, then bad. Okay.
Right. Now you see the results. Do you have the results for every place?
Yes, sir. Thanks. Yeah.
Is it easier?
Yes, sir. Because in the Excel, that column name and all keeping in mind will be tedious. Here, that right side columns, we can easily pull it. That is main easy objective.
Right. Right. That's good. Okay. How about Anand and the other Nair? Nair? You guys were able to do this?
Null values here
Null values here. Okay.
in that column.
So why there are null values? Have you given everything perfectly correct?
Just a minute, I will share my screen.
Mm-hmm.
Can you see the screen?
Yes, I'm able to.
Just a minute.
Okay. Yeah, even you have done the same mistake. When you're writing, you have to just read out it. What I have told you in the second portion, if you see, your first logic says greater than 0 and less than 4, and your second logic says again less than 4 and less than and greater than 4.4.
Okay, it should be greater. Okay.
And lesser than 4.5. But you have mentioned it as like the other way around. And again, greater than or equal to 4.5. Then that makes more sense.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So we are all good today in terms of like writing the if formula, if condition everywhere. Any questions?
So,
As per yeah, tell me.
sorry for interrupting you. Somebody also asking some question. Sir, my query is, can we get somewhere where can use more formulas of Power BI, like somewhere in some books or something?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So you will refer something or like how?
I'll give you that right. Of course, we'll give you this material at the end of the session. You will have all this information now. However, for you to make use, you see, I have sent one text in the chat window. That's the portion where you can find it like a reference.
Thank you.
All right. Is it clear to everyone now?
Yes, sir.
Great. Great. Okay. So let's do one thing. So far what we have done is we are creating the full data sets. Okay. So just click on Control S, which means ideally you are saving the file. Click on Control S. Now this time once you click on the Control S, okay, you are gonna click on Apply Later. That's the first thing. So you will see the pop-up window like working on it and then just goes off in a second. So which means the file got saved. If this portion is completed, okay, now just watch the screen. Everyone go to the Home tab, go to the Home tab, and under the Home tab, under the new query, sorry, under the Home tab, the left hand side first option where you will see under the close group, there is an option called close and apply. Okay, under the Home tab, the very first option you will see is a close and apply. So click on the close and apply. This will allow you to question, this will question you something called, do you want to apply or apply changes, like that. Okay. So the moment once you click on that, you will see there is a window which is getting loaded like this. And you should see all the queries that we have done so far. The queries will be refreshing and you should not see any kind of error messages here. That's the point. Okay. Now what we have done enough on the Power Query Editor screen, and we are bringing this whole data back onto the Power BI screen window so that we can start working on the Power BI screen window. So for that, we have used the option, click on the Home tab and then close and apply. This will pop up a window like this and it will keep updating the information. And you don't need to click on cancel, close, or do anything. Just leave the system as it is. You will see a message stating that the database is uploaded or loaded successfully, and then it will automatically go off. So leave the system till the time. But in case you have any problem or any issues, do let me know. Otherwise, around unless until you have any query. Okay. On successful completion of this, you should be able to see all the database here under the field section, and you should see the Power BI window.
Sir, I'm not getting this build visuals, that blank screen. I get a rows and columns populated data.
Okay, I think you are there in the data view window. Just click on this report view window, you should be able to see that.
Okay, it's got it. Sir, can I ask? Maybe it's a little advanced, but maybe. Sir, once this Power BI has come in the industry, still that advanced Excel and all will be a go-to tool in the industry, or this will cover everything and it can become extinct or something?
It's, okay, come again.
Oh, that advanced Excel people in industry, people are using extensively, right? Application wise. So once many people in industry start using the Power BI, will that importance of that advanced Excel will come down? I'm asking.
No, it will not come down. See, Excel is always your go-to place, like for your data storage. But what Power BI is making is, okay, not everything, whatever you do in Excel can be done on the Power BI. For example, uh, in Excel, you're using the pivot tables, pivot charts, and everything, conditional formatting. Those are good. But row-based data, you can't do any changes here.
Okay.
Your Excel is your place where you'll still see your data. That is the place where you can still write the formulas, VLOOKUP, everything is a normal way. You can edit your information to anything. But once the same data from Excel is loaded onto your Power BI screen, you don't have the option here to do any changes on your database here.
Here also some formulas we are able to do it, right? Like
You're just
just
writing, okay, you're writing the formula. Let's say, for example, if I want to change the name of this locality, do you think it is possible in a Power BI? I want to edit this information. Can I edit this information? Absolutely no.
okay. Okay, so it will be like a complementary. It's like a next level. So it's like that. It's like a PhD or something on a subject. So it's like complementary,
Yeah,
maybe.
maybe.
Mm.
Yeah. I mean, yes. You're studying the, what do you say? Yeah, yeah, you're,
BCom,
uh,
MCom, then Doctor of Commerce, something like that.
no, I shouldn't say that way. But what Power BI is meant for is for the visualization, doing analysis, doing some analytics, and then bringing more, um, helping you to take a right decision in terms of it. In Excel, what is going to happen? You can write only, you can fit your data, you can edit your data, you can build charts, but the more the data is actually getting loaded there, let's say tons and tons of information. In sheet one, you have got around 5 lakhs of information. Sheet two, you have got around 4 lakhs. Sheet three, you have got 8 lakhs of information. Can be accommodated in Excel, but the file size, the moment once the file size is crossing 15 MB or 20 MB, you are sharing up the file, you're working on the file, everything goes down, everything is affected, correct?
Yeah. So whenever
And with,
large data, then
yeah,
this will help. Okay.
with the large portions of the data you can load onto the Power BI, still it works on a very very lighter note.
Okay. Okay, sir. Because I was thinking, like in industry, if it is the go-to tool, then we need to like aggressively learn Power BI. So that context I was asking, uh, which are good to have or a must, something like that. I had a doubt. That's why I asked.
No, it is good, but the only point, as I told you, you're learning something, a new application on the tool, and then probably you're doing some more visualization, the better utilization. I mean, the visualization. Uh, let's see, learning this Power BI and then standing in front of the other people, this is something you're standing out of the box than what the other people does.
Okay, okay. Because if suppose if we are hiring some candidates, if he is completed Power BI, but he has not undergone any like Excel course, advanced Excel and all, that candidate
It,
will industry be able to, he will be able to do all the tasks like
yes, he
that.
should be able to because um, he should be able to do. How do I tell you in a simple note to say? Mm, which industry you work in?
Warehousing.
You work in the warehousing. Like, if you don't mind, like, what is the exact kind of nature of job you do?
Lot of data, like warehouse, today how many orders, what are the pending orders for shipment, what is the
Right.
operator productivity, lot of data we use.
Mm, correct. So it just gives you a difference in a simple way. So you do all this information and do something on some sort of application, correct?
Sorry, SAP. We use mostly SAP and some WMS software.
WMS software, work management system. Okay. So you work on the SAP, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
A person to get hired under the SAP to know, does he require to know Excel?
Oh,
Not required,
yeah,
correct?
yeah,
Because Excel is just a data source. Excel is just a spreadsheet where you are storing your data. But SAP is also the same way. What is happening in SAP? You are doing the order information, you are purchasing order, all the POs and everything. You are performing the action within the SAP environment in a different module, correct? Like in the
yeah,
management module or any modules that you are working on. But end
yeah,
of the day, when you are showing or when you are giving the data to your management or your next level people or anyone, you don't share any SAP files with them. What you do is you'll export the data into an Excel and then you'll share the same information wherein they can edit the information or do some information on the Excel.
yeah.
So from there, they're gonna prepare the reporting. Now, what is the added advantage for you? You are eliminating the Excel. Let's say, for example, you are eliminating the portion of Excel there. You are connecting your SAP directly to your Power BI so that whatever the order history and everything you are doing, you are connecting directly to your Power BI. Power BI will give you the reporting.
Okay, so that means initially once we build that, everyday work of that person who is downloading the SAP dump data,
Ah,
then
downloading the
all,
data, right.
so data
All this
cleaning,
will,
everything will be done. Once if we build it, it will be like as a program, the end user can see the data insights, correct? That is the
perfect.
advantage.
That's it. That's the only thing. That's it. That's simple. That's how it is going to work on.
Okay, okay, sir. Thanks. Because some key positions when they are hiring, they are mentioning Power BI. Uh, so only I was having that doubt. So once industry will be that will become obsolete, and this will be like covering everything like that. That's why I asked. Okay.
No, no. See, again, in Power BI, you'll have a lot of different portions. It's not just only the Power BI because right now we are looking at the Power BI desktop application. You have little more advanced portions in that. Something, for example, uh, more in terms of looking the data in this way, like Power BI development side. Okay, a person can exclusively will be hired only for the Power BI, who can report, develop the reports, who can actually push the reports back to the Power BI online service, maintain the reports. So all these are different kinds of things that they can able to do when they're in the Power BI reporting environment. So it comes with both in the development and the end user. That happens with every other application as well. Okay. But otherwise around it doesn't mean that the Excel is going to just go. If and moreover the Power BI platform, what you are looking at right now, it's a Microsoft product. Okay. So these are like a portions. Excel, PowerPoint, these are standalone applications can be used by everyone. And then later, again, it goes with Power BI on the next level where you are doing the visualizations and then doing handling more large number of data, and then again doing something better on the Power BI platform. A better way of doing it on the Power BI platform.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thanks. Yeah.
All right. Any questions from anyone?
Hello, Shrikant.
Yeah.
Yeah. So as you said, yeah, there are many applications these days. Now, Power BI is one of them. So there are many such data science applications like Tableau, and many are there. So where does Power BI stand, in future terms? Like, so since Tableau is also used by large number of companies, like they are using majorly IT companies and all. And since it's a Microsoft product, Power BI. So how long it will go, means compared to other similar applications where visualization and everything is there?
Uh, See, to keep you in a simple note, to say, for example, when I'm taking about the Tableau, people are aware of the visualization. What is the different, when it comes to the visualization application, people are learning about the Tableau, and that's a very, very long back story. Let's say somewhere around 2012, 2010, people are talking about the Tableau, and then they started working now. And now the Tableau is also getting more advanced. But it took, did you ever believe Tableau was started somewhere in the year of 2007 or 2006? And for it to crack the market, it took almost around uh, 6 to 7 years to establish itself in the market and then identify what exactly is the visualization mean and how should it work. All this took in a different way, correct? It took almost around a very, 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 in fact, very, very long time. But then later, when Microsoft Power BI has introduced this 2000 this Power BI in the market, within 5 years, it cracked the reputation of everyone by dominating the Tableau in the market. So the amount of time that Tableau took to go and sit inside the minds of everyone, it covered within a very, very short period. And Power BI became like a boom in the market now. Why? If you look at the reasons, it is because, as I told you right now, just you have experienced, connecting that to the data sources, playing around with that, and then bringing some reporting stuff out of it. This is not so difficult when it comes to that. It is definitely not so difficult. This is easier. And of course, for every application, definitely anyone should require a prior experience to know, or a guidance how they can able to go ahead and work. Correct. So that is where you are just standing. You are attending the training today. Otherwise, around it works very easily. Understanding of this is very easy. How easy you can able to connect to the data sources. But when it comes to the Tableau, you have to little struggle. The struggling factor is little there.
Correct, sir.
Excel.
Because you rightly said, though you are in this teaching profession, you said at the outset anybody can, because I see that even some manager level people earlier they were using for executive, senior executive. Even I see most of job advertisement, it's featuring Power BI. So that means even some 40 plus and even 50 years people are able to easily grasp. Maybe that user friendly, because you are telling that's why it's getting more popular. Maybe.
Yeah, it is becoming more positive. Popular. It has advantages and disadvantages, and mostly why people are switching over it, as I told you. This Tableau requires online application license. Okay, it requires an online application, and it needs a license to have to execute, and then you bring all this information. Uh, you build the reports and everything. Power BI also requires an application license, but not the desktop application. You know how it works? They are releasing the desktop application, and then you can work on the desktop application almost for years together. You can keep practicing. But once you are good, you can still go and purchase an online license, online service application through the company. So you're not only you, your company is benefited. Everyone are benefited. Now you look at the same thing on the Tableau. You have lots of advantages and disadvantages of it. There is no Tableau desktop application that you can go and work on, and you need to connect this only through certain applications like Google Data or text, so something like that. For this, you don't need to have that. It can connect to n number of data sources. So you will be seeking the opportunity where you can put less effort and then get more value out of it, and that's when Power BI is more booming. Yes, you will have, like if you, just think about yourself. I think probably if you would have started your journey with Microsoft Excel somewhere around 2003,